Hello guys, how y'all doing? It's Niger Coder, and today I have you guys the most powerful Solana powered betting website. That's right, guys. You get to bet with your Solana tokens, guys. This is a crypto powered betting website. Insane, right? And guess what? I'm giving you the code to this all for free. It is entirely in my GitHub repo. You can download it or fork it to your repository and you can upload it on Vercel. And I'm also going to be showing you how to set up the database and also how to upload it on Vercel for free. Everything right here, guys. It's incredible. Now, guess what? This app has the Okay, guess what, guys? This app runs on the Solana blockchain, letting you to deposit and also withdraw in Solana. It tracks football matches across 50 top competitions worldwide, guys. EPL, Champions League, Europa League, La Liga, Bundesliga. It includes all those competitions and even more. And guess what? I'm giving you guys the code to it all for free, guys. All for free. Now, there's going to be a part 1 section of this video and there's going to be a part 2 section of this video. In the part 1, I'm going to be showing you how to set up the database and how to deploy it to Vercel. I'm also going to be showing you how to code it from scratch, how I coded it from scratch, so that if you want to be more interested in knowing how the code works exactly, you can get to know how the code works exactly. And guess what, guys? Guess what? I'm also going to be giving out a code in the description which gives 50% off all my Buy Me Coffee project. So using that link, you can get 50% off all the projects I've put on there. I have a token listing website there. I also have a new version coming out soon. So you want to get that code and keep, because that code is also going to be valid in the future for other projects I release on my Buy Me Coffee site. Okay, guys? Now, make sure you smash the like button. Make sure you smash that subscribe button to encourage me to do more videos like this. Let me show you the tutorial, the demo rather, of this site. And guess what? This site is live. The link to this site is in the description. So you don't take my word for it. You can go to this site and experiment and test on the site, okay? We are going to be using the live site to do our demo, okay, guys? Let's get to it. Now, you can see I took inspiration from a very popular betting website, Bet9ja, because their Naija corresponds to my Naija quota you get. That's what I was kind of doing. So right here on the left hand side, you can see all the competitions that this betting site supports, right? You can see here we already have the English Premier League. You can click on this for the Champions League. See, it's loading. We have Barcelona, we have Arsenal. We're hoping that Barcelona lose, by the way, guys. All right, so we have La Liga, we have FA Cup, we have EFL, we have the Bundesliga, we have Premier Division Argentina, we have the Brazilian football, Australian football Bundesliga, we have the Brazil Serie A, we have the Serie B, we have the K League, we have all the leagues all around the world. It is incredible, guys. So now, if you go to the EPL, for example, you can click on the bets and see. Look at this. You're seeing the bets as you're clicking on them live showing up in your bet slip. You can clear the bet slip here and you can see all of that goes away. See this, guys. This is very, very interactive. That is the power of JavaScript, guys. Now, when you click on odds, as you can see, I'm clicking on odds. They are appearing here. I can also delete one if I want. Very, very responsive, very, very interactive. You can see my total odds is reducing as I'm clicking on it. It's adding up as I click more. I can also go to League 1 here and add more to my bet slip. I can also go to the Bundesliga and add more to my bet slip. Very interactive and very powerful. Now I want to stake. You can see the odds I'm getting. I want to stake 20 Solana tokens. 20 Solana tokens, guys. And you can see I'm getting a potential winning of 368 Solana tokens, guys. That is my potential winning. But guess what? I can't book that bet. The reason I can't book that bet is because I am not logged in. Now goes the next part of this amazing website. You log in via your Telegram account. That is the only way you can log into this betting site, guys. So when you click on the login button, you can see get your login code. When you click on it, you get redirected to a bot. This is the Ninja Coder login bot. And when you click on start, as you can see, as I've done here previously while I was testing, when you click on start, it generates a code for you. Okay, you can see the code it generates for me. I click on the code. Okay, well, where's my site? Okay, see it here. All right, so I go back to the site and I put in the code and I log in. Boom, it logs me in. I can see I currently have 0.00 Solana. I'm a very broke boy, don't mind me. So you can see we're going to log out again and we're going to log in, and this time we're going to try to use that same code. See what it's showing us? It's saying the code has already been used. That's right, guys. If you try to use the same code, our application is going to know that you've used this code before, and it's going to tell you that the login code has already been used. Now, also, when you get the link, the code from the bot, the code expires in 10 minutes. If you don't use that code within 10 minutes, you can't use that code anymore. The site will tell you that the code is expired, guys. So right now, the code has already been used. Now we have to generate another code by just saying start. I need to give you another code. So we're going to come here, clear this, paste it back, and log in. So you can see we're successfully logged in, guys. So now we don't have money to bet. We can bet, but it's saying here you don't have enough Solana to complete this bet. Please top up and try again. Guess what? You can top up by connecting your wallet to the site. Let's do that right now. So if you go onto your history, you can see these are other bets I have placed, but we'll come back here right in a second. It's also very cool. Up here, you can add funds. You can see here, add funds, select your wallet. So right now, in my Solana wallet, what's my password again? Let me just get my password real quick. Okay, so I'm going to come here and paste my password. So I have $11 on my Solana Phantom wallet, right? See my $11, right? I have 0.27 Solana, right, guys? So I'm going to come over to add funds. I'm going to say 0.15 Solana, and I'm going to select wallet. You can see it's using the Solana Connect wallet, guys. So much technology on this website, guys. So powerful. Now, you can click on your Phantom. It's going to connect with your Phantom. And now you can see the button comes up saying make the 0.15 payment. When I click on it, it's saying I don't have up to that. What do I have? I have 0. My Solana balance is 0.07. Are you serious? How much Solana do I have, guys? Oh, I was looking at here. I thought I had 0.26 Solana. You can see the site is even correcting me. So you can see the site knows how much your total balance of Solana tokens is. I thought my tokens was 0.2. Crazy. So you can see the site is telling me that I have 0.0779 Solana, but I requested 0.15 Solana. Please top up your wallet. So it's telling me my funds are insufficient, guys. Insufficient. So I'm just going to close this and I'm going to say 0.07. Okay. So I'm going to make 0.07 payments. So it's saying here, this domain is new. We'll proceed with caution. Okay. So we're going to confirm. So you can see it's processing. So you can see it's saying your withdrawal of this is supposed to be deposit actually. Your withdrawal of 0.07 Solana was successful. So we close this. So you can see here my balance is now 0.07. So I'm going to go back to the main page and now I can book this bet, guys, with my 0.07 Solana. So over here I'm going to say 0.07 Solana. So you can see I get 1,000 Solana with all these bets. Oh my god, if this could come true, guys. So I'm going to book the bet. So here you can say congratulations, your bet is successful, your potential winnings is this, and your bet ID is this. Why is this bet ID important? If you copy it, guys, so we're just going to copy that. We're going to go to our history, and you can see in our history we have other bets that we've placed. This one that we just placed now, okay, 30th April 2nd. Okay, these are bets we've placed in the past. Okay, yes, that's true. So now if you click on this, you can see the potential winnings of these bets. You can see the matches that you played for these bets. You can see it's pending. You can see the bet ID, right? And then there's another feature of this site that you guys have to see. Now, in this bet slip section, right, we can check on a bet. Now, let's check on the bet that I just played. So you say check. I can see it is pending. I placed 0.07 Solana, and this was my winning. These were the matches that I played. So you can see it has the bet ID, the date placed, and it's pending. All right, so insane. Now, if I gave the bet ID to someone else to book that same bet, the person can do so. Let me show you how, guys. It's crazy. Now, if I go over to this book bet, see, I have nothing in my bet slip, right? And I place the bet ID and I press book. Boom. All the bets that I had placed comes up. And someone else can play this bet wherever they are, right? With any amount that they have, right, guys? So these are all the bets that I placed. And guess what? They also show up here, and I can also add to it. I can add to what the person plays, or I can delete some things from it and then re-add some other things to it. Okay, even if I clear this and I add only one bet, for instance this, and I put the bet ID to book a bet, it will add it to whatever I selected. You see, I selected Borussia Dortmund first, and it will add the bet of the bet ID to what I have currently selected. Isn't that amazing, guys? Giving so much flexibility to users, guys. Giving so much flexibility. Make sure you like and you subscribe. Make sure you hit that smash like. Make sure you make comments how powerful this application is. Don't take my word for it. Go online right now and use it, guys. Use this application. Test it out. Also, deposit Solana. Please help your boy. It's for a good cause. It helps this channel grow. It helps me promote it and helps me work more for this channel to grow. I'll be showing you step by step on how you can set up your database, how you can set up everything. You're going to learn so much in this site, guys. You're going to learn about Telegram bots. You're going to learn about database, Firebase. You're going to learn about Next.js. You're going to learn about API routes. You're going to learn about how to handle state with context. You're going to learn how to fetch data and display data to users. You're going to learn how to fetch things from your Firebase. And guess what, guys? This site is entirely mobile responsive. I forgot that, guys. Look at this. This is entirely mobile responsive. Everything works excellently. This is the nav bar. You can log out, then you can come back and log in. You can see works so well, guys. So what are you waiting for? Make sure you smash that subscribe button. Also, make sure you star on my repo when you're fucking the script. Okay, guys? Much love. Thank you, guys. Let's get started. Let's go. Okay, guys. So let's start the first most important step, getting our Firebase database ready. If you're cloning from the GitHub repository and you're setting up on Vercel or wherever you're setting up, you need to create the database and set it up first. Okay, so what I want you to do, if you have a Google account, fine. If you don't, create a Google account and head on to Firebase. Okay, so we're going to do that from scratch. So I'm just going to say Firebase Google. So you can see it heads up to the Firebase landing page, and you can see here my account is still loading, which has loaded. So I'm going to use one of my email addresses, this one that is open to everyone, and then I'm going to go to the console. Okay, so on the console I'm going to create a Firebase project. Okay, and you can call your project whatever name that you like. For this sake, I'm going to say YouTube Bet9ja clone. Okay, so we're going to say that, and we're going to disable this, or rather not, we're just going to leave it there. Okay, so we're going to continue. We're going to disable Google Analytics. You can leave it on if you want. I'm going to create our project. Okay, so now we're going to continue. Okay, so we're just going to close Gemini, and then we're going to go over to build, and we're going to say Firestore database. Okay, so we're going to say create database, and you can make your location anywhere you like. It doesn't really matter, but if you have a preference, you can set it. Then we're going to go to next. We're going to say start in production mode. And we're going to say create. Okay, so now our database is created. We're going to create some collections. We're going to say bets. I'm going to explain more about what these collections mean in the course of the video. If you're not going through the video and you're just cloning the repo and setting up on Vercel, just do as I do. But it's pretty much self-explanatory. The bets is for storing all the bets. So we're just going to save. I'm going to delete this. Then we'll create another collection, and it's going to be login codes. Okay, so we can't create a collection without creating a dummy data first, so that's why we are always deleting those things. So we're going to say users. Then we're going to delete this. Okay, so we have 3 collections: bets, login codes, and users. All right, so now we're going to go to our rules, and we're going to delete this. And I have some bunch of rules I'm going to put and then explain to you guys. So I'm going to put this. You can delete this. So basically we're just saying only allow delete if the request auth is authenticated, and we're going to allow read and we're going to allow write. Okay, so we're going to publish this. Okay, so good. Let's go. Now we need to get something. In our project settings, we need to come down here. This is web. So once you go to project settings, just come down here to web. And you're going to name it whatever you like. I'm just going to say YouTube Bet9ja. Okay, so I'm going to register. Okay, so it's going to give me this, and this is our what we need for our environmental files. If you're in your code, let me give an example. In your code, you're going to have environmental files, so that's where we're going to put all of this. Okay, and here. Okay. So I'm just going to leave this for now. We're going to create the Bet9ja login bot. So as we go through this, I'm going to show you how these environmental files settings are very important. Okay, so we're just going to leave this here for now. All right. Okay, guys. So now that we're done with setting up our database, we're going to set up our login bot. This bot is going to ensure that users can be able to chat with it and getting their login codes to be able to log into our Bet9ja site. Okay, so let's get started. First of all, we're going to create a new window. And in this new window, I'm going to make things large so that people can easily see the code. Then I'm going to open and create, okay, probably on desktop. I'm going to create a new folder and call it YouTube tutorial. Okay, so I'm going to open that up. Yes, trust the authors. I'm going to go on to the console in the directory of YouTube tutorial, and I'm going to say okay, so I'm just going to leave this. I'm going to come over here in our YouTube tutorial directory. I'm going to create a folder and say login bot. Okay, so here I'm going to say ls. I can see login bots here, right? So we're going to say cd login bots. We're going to go into the directory of the login bots. If you are using Windows, this may be different command for you, so just take notes. Okay, so I'm going to clear. I'm going to say npm init package name login bots version. We're just going to leave all of this like the same. Let's say yes. I'm going to clear, and inside here we have a package.json file now. Okay, so we're also going to create another full file. We're going to say env. This is going to be our environmentals that we're going to use. Okay, so for our environmental files, we're going to say Firebase underscore, and we're just going to duplicate this. And for the first one, I'm going to say API key. Okay, no space here. Then here we're going to say auth domain. Here we're going to say project ID. Here we're going to say storage bucket. Here we're going to say messaging sender ID. And here we're going to say app ID. Okay. Then we're going to go back to here. I'm just going to enlarge this for you. And you can see here we have our API key, auth domain, project ID, storage bucket, messenger sender ID, and app ID. Okay, so we're going to take the values here and we're going to put it here. Now I'm going to go here. And here. Then here. Okay, perfect. Now we're going to come over here. We're going to create another environmental variable. We're going to say telegram bot token. Okay, so now we're going to go over to Telegram. Here we're going to come over to our bot father. I'm just going to clear chat history. Okay, so once you get to bot father, for you to be able to find bot father, it's very simple. Just go to the search and search bot father. Okay, you're going to find him. He has a verified icon here, and it's just like this. Okay, so once you're over at bot father, you're just going to say start. You're going to say create a new bot. We're going to say yes, new bot. We'll say all right, new bot. What are you going to call it? We're going to call it betting. We're going to say login bot. It says okay, good. So now we're going to say login bot. It says username is already taken, so we're going to login bot. It says already taken again. So what we're going to do, we're going to say Bet9ja login bot. Okay, so you can use any name you want, but you just have to end it with this underscore bot. Okay, so now that we've done that, we've gotten this. This is our token to be able to access our bot. Okay, so we're going to click on this. We're going to come here. I'm going to put it like this. Okay. Okay, so now that we're done with that, we're going to start creating. We're going to create an index.js file, and then on our Telegram, we're going to message the bots. So this is our bot right now. As you can see, it's not responding to any command right now. So we need to work on that. Okay, so we're going to go back to our bot, and we're going to say Okay, so we're going to go back to our bot and we're going to say ls. Okay, this index file isn't inside here, so put it at the back. I'm going to clear, and then we're going to say npm install. We're going to install uuid, we're going to install telegraph, and we're going to install Firebase. Okay, yeah, we're going to install Firebase, and we're going to also install .env. .env is going to help us with our environmental files. Okay, so it has loaded. We're going to clear. I'm going to close this. We're going to go to our index file, and now we're going to say require .env, and then we're going to say config. Okay, so we're going to say constant telegraph require telegraph. Okay, so down here we're going to say constant Firebase config. We're going to say API key. Okay, so we're going to say our API key should be our Firebase API key that we have in our environmental folder over here. We're going to use all of this, okay? So that's going to be our Firebase configuration. Then we're going to initialize our Firebase. We're going to say constant Firebase app equals to initialize. And we're going to import this. I'm going to say Firebase config. Okay, then I'm going to say constant database equals to get fire store. I'm going to say Firebase app. Okay, then we're going to say constant bot equals to new telegraph. I'm going to say process.env dot come back here, take this, come back. I'm going to post this. Okay, so now that we've done that, we're going to do a command start. I'm going to say bot.command. I'm going to say the command is start async. This is the context we get from the person who's clicked the start. I'm going to say constant telegram. No, we're just going to say console.log. I'm going to say hello world. Okay, then here we're going to say bot.launch. I'm going to leave this. So here we're going to say node index. Okay, so what you see here, I made a mistake. Config. There's nothing like config. Okay, let me just clear. What was the error? We say get Firestore. Firestore is not defined. That is very true. So we're going to close this. Come back here. Say constant get Firestore equals to require. I'm going to Firebase. Let's see, we're seeing an error here. It says no export main defined in Firebase package. Okay, let me just see what this error is causing. Okay, so over here it's supposed to be Firebase slash Firestore. Okay, okay, perfect. So we're going to clear this and try again. Okay, so right now our app should be working. So if we come here and we say start command and we come to our console here, we can see we get console hello world. So our bot is definitely working. Okay, guys. So we're going to close this. I'm going to continue. I'm going to say, let's come over here. Instead of console login hello world, x dot from. Okay, oh no, we're just going to console log the ctx. Okay, so let's go back to our bot. Okay, we need to cancel this and then do this again. So if we press on this, all right, so we can see the information we get when users message our bot. Okay, we get an update ID, we get some Telegram details, like this is the bot information, right? And let me see, we get like a from. So what we're going to do, we're going to control C this, we're going to clear, and we're going to install nodemon. Okay, then here we're going to say ctx.from, and then we're going to say nodemon. And then, okay, let me explain what nodemon does. As when we make changes to the index file, and after making changes, we have to shut down the app and then restart it so that the changes we made take into effect. With nodemon is continuously like restarting it if there's any updates to the code. So we don't need to be closing it, starting it, closing it. Nodemon will do all of that for us. Okay, so that's why I just use nodemon. All right, so if we come back here and say start, we can see we get information from the person that is interacting, with, our bot. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, so we get information from the person that is interacting with our bot. So what we're going to do now, we're going to cancel this. We're going to say, okay, let's shut this down. See some of the information. We're going to say constant Telegram ID equals to ctx dot from dot id dot to string. Then we're going to say constant login code equals to sit. Okay, so now we have to generate a login code. I'm getting ahead of myself. We have to generate a login code, and we have to generate an expires at. When does this code expire, right? So we're going to first of all create the login code. We're going to close this. We're going to say constant we're going to replace all of this with nothing. So the thing with UUID, it usually gives like a string with dash beside each. Like, let me just show you. So we're just going to say this. I'm going to delete this. Okay, so here we're just going to say return and run away from all of that. Then we're going to say console. Okay, no. Here we're going to say login code. And expires at, we're just going to say expires at new date. Okay, we're going to say date dot now. The aim is for it to expire in 10 minutes so that the user only has like 10 minutes before that code runs out or expires, as you would call it. Okay, so Okay, let's see this. Come here. Let's see. Oh, what's the error here? Saying constant user ID because UV4. Okay, I didn't import UUID. Okay, so the V4 UUID V4. Okay, so see the UUID we get. So we want to get rid of this dash. Okay, so that's why here over here we're saying dot replace every instance of dash, and we're going to replace that with nothing. Okay, so when we check this again and we get like just a string. Okay, so perfect. Okay, so now that we have that, we're going to say try. Then we're going to reply the user and tell the user something went wrong. Please try again, right? Okay. So here we're going to say how do they do that thing again? Forgotten. Okay. Okay, so here we're going to say true. All right. So as we can see, our error catching is working. So if there's any errors, it will inform the user, sorry, something went wrong. Please try again later. Okay, so you want to make sure that you're always accounting for errors and like things like that can happen in your code. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, so here we're going to cancel this. We're going to now say set doc. This should have been imported. Yeah. So we're going to set doc. Say document. We're going to say db in login codes collection. That is our okay, so we're working with our login codes collection here, right? So we're saying in set a document in login codes and set it with our login code to be the document ID. And we're going to say Telegram ID. Telegram ID. Okay, here is a bit redundant. We don't need to do this. Let's do it like this. I was saying code. Login code. Then we're going to say created at server timestamp, which we are going to import from our Firebase Firestore. So when we do this, we now come down and say expires at, and then we're going to say used false. Okay, so then we're going to reply to the user if there was no error. ctx.reply. Okay, and we're going to tell the user that this is their login code. So this is basically just allowing the user to be able to tap and copy the code. Okay, so let's check this out. Let's see if this works. Okay, so go to our this and we press start. Okay, so it's telling us something went wrong. Cannot be probably of the right index of. Index of. Where is it saying index of? Index of login code, Telegram ID. Okay, hold on. Let's just do something here. Okay, let's go back. Start. Something went wrong again. Error, type error, cannot of index of. Where is index of? Stairs reply, login code, control find, index. Okay. Okay, so I see where the problem is. Sorry about that, guys. Right here in our generate login code, we don't return the code to this login code here. So that's why here becomes empty and it shows up an error. Okay, so silly me. So we have to get rid of this console log here. And we're going to say constant random string equals to maths.random dot to string. Okay, so dot to string 36 dot substring. Okay, so to uppercase, make this capital. Alright, so right now it should work. Alright, so you can see login code appears. Let's go back to our database and we can see our login code here. So we're going to delete this one. Okay, so you can see the data is working. It's telling us when it was created, when it expires, the Telegram ID, and used is false. Okay, so this is perfect. So just going through it to make sure everything is okay. So our bot works as it's supposed to work. Now I'm going to show you guys how to launch this code onto Vercel so that it's live on the cloud and all you have to do is just sit at home and chill, and login code is always working. So let's do that. okay, so right now this code is not prepared for Vercel. We need to make it work for Vercel. How are we going to do that? We're just going to come down here. I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to clear. Going to install Express. We're also going to install Vercel. Okay. We're going to install these two things. And I'm going to be showing you guys how to get it from your laptop to Vercel itself. I'm going to show you guys this whole entire process, okay? So make sure you smash that subscribe button and you like the video so I make more videos like this, okay? Make sure you smash the subscribe button, okay, guys? All right, so now that we have this, we're going to create a folder here. I'm going to say that folder called API, and we're going to create a webhook. Okay, so in this webhook, we're going to come here, we're going to copy all of this, and we're going to paste this in our webhook. Okay, so this is in our webhook now. So it's pretty much the same, just that when we come down here, we're going to cancel this bot.launch. We're going to module. Okay, dot exports plus async request. Come on now. Then we're going to say try if request dot okay. Okay, perfect. Now in our login bot, we are going to create another file. I'm going to call it vercel.json. I know you guys are probably thinking, yo, Ninja Coder, this is too many steps. Don't be scared. Just watch the video, guys. Watch the video. All right, so we'll go to our Vercel, and we're just going to paste this in it. Okay, so that's just simple. And we're supposed to make a git ignore file. So we're going to come to our login bot. I'm going to paste our git ignore file to ignore these files. Okay, so I think we're looking good. All right, so you may want to keep this index file in case you just want to, do some tests on your local host. And then the API folder is the one that is going to go to Vercel, obviously. So what are we going to do next? We're going to go over to our browser. And we're going to go over to GitHub. I'm showing you guys all my secrets, guys. I'm showing you guys all my secrets. All right. So this is our repository. I have so much in my repository, like so much code. A lot of them are mostly private because they are like for so many clients. All right, so our repository name, we're going to call it Bet9ja. No, say Ninja Coder login bot. Okay, that's how we're going to call it. Ninja Coder login bot. So we're going to make it public so everyone can, fetch from can fork the repo if they want. I don't often make a lot of my code public. But someone was like, one of my subscribers was like, make it public, and I was like, I have to do what my subscribers tell me to do. Okay. All right. So let's go next. All right. So we have the repo here. We're going to copy some of this. We'll start with the first one, getting it. Okay. We go to the next one. I'm just going to copy this because I'm going to type the other one. So say git add. Then this. Then we're going to add this. And then we're going to push to the main branch. Okay, perfect. So here we're going to refresh this. All right, perfect. So now that this is set up, we're going to go to Vercel. I have a bot like running already. I don't know, should I close the bot? I don't know. I think I'm just going to leave it for now. So we're going to start another project. See our bot here. We're going to import it. If you don't have a Vercel account, just create a Vercel account. It's very simple. I didn't even mention that. So it's on Vercel now. So we're going to say environmental variables. You go over to your environmental variable file that is here, and and then you're just going to copy this. But there's something that we also need from this. We need a README file, which I'm going to add. How do I add that now? I'm going to add a README file to this, and you can see here we need some other things. We need this to be in our environmental variable. Now this domain, we can only get it when we've launched the it on Vercel, but we're just going to leave it like this for now and just copy this. Okay, so we're going to come over to here and we're just going to paste. Okay, so then we're going to deploy. Setting up bot on Vercel is very easy, but like it has like additional steps after you deploy, even after you deploy. So that's what we're going to do. Okay guys, so you can see it has been deployed, but you can see we're getting this error here. Don't worry, it's just totally normal. So we're going to go to our dashboard, and this is our domain. So we're going to need this. We're going to go back to our code in our README file. I'm going to paste something here. So after we've done all of this, we need to run. How do I do it? Okay, so we need to run this command. Okay, so we're going to take this command. All right, we're going to copy it. We're going to go to our browser and paste it. In bot token, we're going to get our bot token for environmental files, which is this. We're going to copy it. We're going to go to bot token here, delete this, and paste that. Okay, then set web hook, right? The URL. So we're going to go back to our Vercel here and click on our domain. So this is our domain. We're going to copy our domain. I'm going to come back to this. I'm going to clear this here. So we're basically just telling Telegram this is our webhook, so our Telegram knows. So we put the domain there and we click on enter. So it says, okay, true results, true description, webhook was set. So this webhook was successfully set. Then we're also going to come over, going to copy this. And then we're going to go over to settings. We're going to go over to environmental variables. And in our domain, we're going to edit it. We're going to change it to this without that slash. Then we're going to save it. Okay. So now that we've saved it, we're supposed to redeploy. Okay, so let's just go to our projects and let's see if our bot is working. Go to our bot, so press start. Okay, so our bot is, let me make sure that, okay, so you can see I'm not running anything and our bot has started producing different codes. So you can just copy it by clicking here, which I really like. So you can see our bot is working and it's uploaded on Vercel. Beautiful. Now we go into our next topic, which is setting up the main website. Okay, guys, so right now we are going to create the main website, the betting website. We're done with the login bot, and now we're going to see how we can use that login bot to log into the site. Let's get started. So the first thing we want to do is to go over and get our odds API. So right now, what we're going to do, before we get that, we're going to set up our main folder. Okay, so over here we have login bot, right? So we're going to clear, we're going to say npx create next app at latest in this directory. Is that correct? Or do we say Ninja betting sites? I mean, so would you like to use TypeScript? We're going to say yes. Yes, lint, no. Tail with CSS, yes. Would you like your code in a source directory? Yes. App router, definitely. Turbo pack, no. Import, no. I'm just going to leave all of that. So now, while this is setting up, it's still setting up. Let's just wait a bit. All right, so we're done over here. So we're going to clear this. We're going to create an environmental file. We're going to say .env.local. Okay, and then we're going to close this terminal. We're going to go to our login bot, and we're going to copy our environmental variables here. So we're going to copy this. And then we'll close this. We're going to come back here and we're going to paste this. Now in here we're using Next.js, right? So we need to make these variables public in our Next.js project. And how do we do that? We're going to say Firebase API key here. We're going to say next public, and then we're going to copy this. Okay, so very easy. All right, so we've done that, and then what else do we need? We have our bots, and then we need our public Telegram bot name. So up here we're going to say what's our bot name. I can't remember, what do we give our bot? Our bot is the login bot. So we're just going to type that. We're just going to say, we're going to go to our bot, we're going to edit it. I'm going to say Ninja Coder login bot. Then we're going to give it an image. My image. Okay, so we're going to save this. We're going to say a login bot for Ninja Coder. You can give it anything you want, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so we're just going to save this. So Ninja Coder login bot. So we're going to copy that. Okay, so we're going to copy that. I'm going to come here, I'm going to paste that. Okay, then we need one more thing. We need odds API key. Okay, so this is the API key that is going to allow us access all those betting information. Okay, so we're going to go over to our browser. I want you guys to follow me as well. Then we're going to go over to this website, the odds API, the odds API.com. Okay, so see, this is a sports betting API that covers odds from bookmakers, okay, around the world. So we're going to see the pricing. See the pricing over here. There's a starter that is free. This is $30, $59, $119. Obviously, the higher you pay, the more access to more bookmakers you're going to have, and also historical odds, as you can see here. Okay, so we were going to use the free starter pack. If you want to create something like this and you want a more advanced version, you can always DM me on Telegram, guys. Okay, I'm always available. All right, so we're going to start with the free. It asks for a first name, so just say Ninja Coder, and then over here you put your email address, whatever email address, and subscribe. Okay, it will send you the email. It will send you the. But let me not. Let me not. Let me just copy my own and show you guys. So you put your email address here. You say you are not a robot. Select cars. Okay, and then verify. And then subscribe. Okay, so you see success, an API key will be sent to your address. So in my case, I already have an API key, but I'm just going through this process so you guys can see how you can get one. So you can see very quickly, they do send me a key. So you're just going to copy that and you're going to paste over here. So there, we've set our environmental variables, okay? So we can exit it now. Then we're going to go over to our terminal. I'm going to enter folder. I'm going to say npm run dev. Okay, so here we're going to close all these windows. We don't need all of this anymore. We don't need this. We're going to leave this. See some of our login codes that it has generated. So we're just going to say localhost. Sorry, it's supposed to be localhost 1. This is obviously the finished version. Okay, so this is what we get. All right, let's get started. So we're going to go to our source directory, app, and we're going to go to layout. I'm going to close this. And over here, we will have some metadata already. So in our metadata, we're going to say title. We're going to delete this. We're going to say template. And then we're going to see, yes, this, Bet9ja. Okay. Then we're going to say default. I would say Bet9ja. Okay, then we're going to see application name. You have a page, right? Okay, so here we're going to say title fish. Okay. So what happens is that when you go over to this fish description, okay, so we have our metadata setup. Then we're going to set up our footer. We're going to create a component in our source directory. Okay, so we're going to create a file here. I'm going to create another file. Okay, so in our footer, we're going to have some Bet9ja links. These are just some links that we're going to populate the page. Then we also have some policy links. Then we also have some social links. Okay. So we're also going to import this from Lucid React. So we're going to just come here npm install lucid react. Okay, okay, perfect. All right, so here we're going to import this. Okay, so this has not come. Or should we use icon? Alright, so we're just going to leave that. We're just going to import it manually. Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. I'm going to import it from. Alright, perfect. So in our page, or rather in our layout, we're going to come here. We're going to say div class name 7x mx auto. Okay, and then we're going to say in our children, we're going to put our footer right here. Okay, so we're going to check how our site looks like now. You don't have anything showing. Let's go back. Let's go to the CSS. Let's delete majority of this. And then go to the page. Right, so let's go back to our footer. I forgot we haven't returned anything here. Okay, let's start. So we're going to say footer. Okay, so now that we've done our footer, we're going to just paste something here, which is just very simple, non-complicated. So right here, we're just going to paste this, and then I'm just going to go through it. It's very simple. It's just a footer tag. We're mapping out all our Bet9ja links here. We're also mapping all our policy links here, and we're mapping out our social links. And then we just have a little background image here, and then just some little styling. Okay, so let's check out what our page looks like. Okay, we can see it looks like this, which is perfect. Our icons are here, and our write-up are here. Okay, so that is absolutely perfect. So we're also going to go to our global CSS and make some changes. So in our global CSS, we're just going to say body. I'm using background color, scale cadet blue. Okay, perfect. So you can see our website is coming together. A very simple footer. So right now we're going to go and do the header. And when we're doing the header, we're going to do the login and everything along with the header, okay? Okay, so now that we've done the header, we're going to just have some of these nav items that we're going to be using, and then we're going to put some of the states up that we're going to be using. We're going to say constant user data. Okay, now we're going to say constant login code. We're going to say set login code. We're going to say use states. We're going to say constant checked, set checked. Okay, so let's go over to our div. I'm going to say class, okay, text xs text. Okay. So we're going to pick a logo for the site. Okay, so we're going to pick this one. We're going to copy the image address. And then we're going to paste here. And then we're going to look at what we have. So it's giving us an error because this is Next, and we have to put a use client on top. Alright, so our nav bar is coming out well. Perfect. So this is going to be our hamburger menu. There's a hamburger menu. Okay, so this is working perfectly. If it's open, it's X. If it's not open, it's perfect. Okay, so we have our list, and now we're going to iterate over all the nav items we have. So when you're iterating, you have access to if it's an array, you have access to one of the items in the array, and you have access to an additional thing called the index, which lets you know where you are in the array. So for right now, we're in, if it's in the first one, it's 0. If it's the second one, is 1. So on and so forth, okay? Please make sure if you're not understanding any specific thing I'm speaking about, just let me know in the comments so I can help you guys and, explain for you in the comments, okay? Peace, Godspeed, guys, Godspeed. Okay, so we have our items here. You can see they're looking neat and just how we would like them to look. Okay, right, let's continue. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be our account section where we have if the user is logged in. We're going to be displaying some information about the user, and if the user is not logged in, we're going to be asking the user to log in with a login button. Okay, so to control the state of the user when the user is logged in, when they are not logged in, and also some of the bets they'll be placing, we're going to use context. Context is like a state management. Back in the day, we used to use Redux a lot, but nowadays context is more popular. Personally, I usually use React. What do they call it again? Forgetting what they call it. Um, it's like this lightweight um, state manager. Lightweight state manager. Next.js. Um, what is it called? Okay, I remember now. So what I usually use before is React Recoil. I still use it today depending on um, how complex the project is. If it's a simple project, I really like using Recoil. Um, it's one of like the best and most simplest and effective state manager I used to use. But for this project, we are going to be using context. Okay, guys. So let's build our context file. All right. So in our source directory, we're going to create folder called context. And we're going to name this context user context.csx. Okay, perfect. So here we're going to say use client. Okay, now we're going to remove this. Okay, no, we're not going to do it like this. We're going to say use client. Then we're going to say okay, so we're going to say export constant user provider, right? And then we're going to say equals to children and children. Okay. Okay, so we're going to create some of our types. So we're going to say export interface user data. I'm going to say user underscore ID string or number. So this is the user data we're going to be passing through the site. Their username, their user ID, which is their Telegram ID, and loading and the funds that they have, the amount of money that they have. Don't worry now, it's all going to come together as we're coding it. You're going to get the bigger picture, but I will be explaining it bit by bit as I'm typing it, okay? So we're going to say string or no. So this is our sports ID. This is a bet slip item. Okay, so we have our user data, we have our sports data, we have our bet slip item, and we have our bet slip data. Let me explain what this means. It's very, very simple. First of all, our user data is the data of the user that is logged into our website. We're going to extract their user ID, username, loading, and funds. How are we going to do this? Remember, we give them a login code. That login code is saved on the database, right? With their Telegram ID. When they input this code on the website, we're going to check our database. We're going to see if that code is correct and if it is still active, because you know it expires every 10 minutes. So we're going to check if it's still active. If it's still active, we're going to collect user ID and we're going to check if that user ID is valid. If there is a user on Telegram with that user ID, we're going to be using the bot to verify that. And then after we verify that, we're going to take their username. So I'm trying to cancel something here. We're going to take their username and their user ID, and also if they don't have an account on our database, we're going to create an account for them. Then we're going to display it on the site, their username, and we're going to use their username to speak with them as the site is, adding funds or making bets, etc. So that's what we're basically doing. Now the bet slip. Whenever we're putting a bet, we need the bet ID, the ID of the bet. When the user clicks on to place a bet, we need the bet ID. Let me show you guys an example as we're speaking. Okay, now all these bets now they have an ID, right? And they have the home side, they have the away side, which is what we are also saving here: the home team and the away team, and then the odds, because we want to show it in the bet slip. Okay, so this bet item, so when user clicks it, we're saving the home team, away team, bet item, etc. You can see who for Champions League guys today: Barcelona. Hope they lose. So we're saving all of that, right? And then in the bet slip data, we're saving each individual bet item as an array. So that's why we have this here. Okay, if you're lost, remember to send me comments so I can give you guys feedback. This is an interactive class. One day I'm going to be making this live so that we can be talking as we're coding. Okay, let's continue, guys. All right, so now that we've done our bet slip, let's say interface. Okay, so now that we're done defining our types to validate our next our TypeScript, we're going to now define the objects. Okay, so we're going to start with this. Okay, so why are we writing soccer EPL in our default sports data? That's because when the user loads into the site, we want to show them the EPL fixtures first. Then they can pick what they want later on. All right. So right here, they can pick what they want later on, but we want to first of all give them the Premier League, okay? Because that's the most popular, league in the world, okay? So let's continue. Sorry, I forgot our bet slip. Okay. So why is this one not working? Okay, so why do we have this error here? Interface user data. Object literal may only specify known properties, but user data does not exist in type user context type. Okay. All right, so that's fixed. So we're going to come to our layer. Okay, perfect. So we've wrapped it in our component now. So we can go to the top here in our header. And we can get it and say constant. All right, so now that we've brought it back, what we are going to do, we're going to define some of our functions that are going to be the ones in charge. Why is this thing so dark? Okay, so we're going to, now that we've fixed our context, we're going to define some of the functions that we're going to be using to log in the users before we continue some of the UI. So we're just going to do some like back end work, okay, guys? So over here, we're going to come down and we're going to create a new function. I'm going to name that function login user. It's going to be async function. So we're going to be using the login code that the user is going to place for us. So if there's no login code, we're just going to set error to be enter login code. Okay. Then we're going to say return. Then we're going to come down. We're going to say set is loading to true. Okay, so we're going to come down here. We're going to create a try catch. And the try catch error, we're going to see set error to be login. Okay, so in our try here, we're going to be saying we're going to fetch from a directory API auth login. Okay. Method is going to be post. So now that we get this, we're going to now create the API. We'll say API. We're going to say login. Okay, no, auth. I'm going to say login. And then we're going to create a file. Okay, so in this file, we're going to export async function. Post. Next request. Okay. So just put in some validation if there's nothing. Let's respond to JSON. So we're going to validate the code. We're going to validate it according to the way we created it on the bot. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember. Okay, so we're going to validate it the way we created it on the bot. If it doesn't match up to that validation, then we're not going to accept it. We're also going to check the database and see if we do have something like this there before we accept it. Okay, so we're going to make a validate login code function. All right, so we're going to go over to our database file. I'm going to close all of this. We'll come back here. We'll come back to the route. Okay, so just remember that. So over here, we're going to create a new file folder called lib. And in that loop, we're going to create a database. I'm going to create an alt.ts. We're also going to create a Firebase config. This is going to connect us to our Firebase. We're just going to paste this Firebase connection code here. So it's giving error because we haven't installed Firebase. Alright, so this is fixed. We go to our auth. So we're just creating some types for some of the things we're going to use. All right, perfect. So we're going to start from here. So we're first going to check if the code exists in the collection, okay? So we're going to say constant code doc okay, so this import is not working, so I'm just going to have to import them myself and say import going to import database from our Firebase config file here. Then we're going to say if. I'm going to say if code, there's nothing in code snap.exists, right? So we're going to say return valid false error invalid login code. Okay, perfect. So we're not going to say constant cool data snap.data. So we're going to check if the code is expired. We're going to say if new date is greater than new date, so we're going to delete the doc. So we're going to delete the document if it has expired, just to clean up old documents. So we're going to return valid false error login code already used. Okay. Okay, no, login code expired. I'm going to say if the used column is true, we're going to return we're going to update it to be used true. Then we're going to return then we'll say code. Alright, so this successfully validates the login code. Hope you guys are still catching up. Hope you're still catching up. You can slow down the video, you can pause so that you can follow along as the video is going. Okay, I know it's a very long video. It's going to take time to recreate Bet9ja, definitely. Alright, so we're going to go back to our route. I'm going to say update login code. And if it's invalid, I'm going to return okay, so we return to the user if the code is invalid. We're returning to them saying this code is invalid or this code has expired. Okay, so if it's still valid, then we can continue and go ahead. Then if it's still valid, we can now go ahead and say, okay, we also have to install Telegraph. So while that is installing, we can now say constant bot. Okay, so the Telegraph, then we're going to say constant chat. So we're going to tell the bot to check the chat between us and this Telegram ID to know if this Telegram ID is actually valid. So these are just security protocols to check. As user is trying to log in, we need to check and make sure that all these are valid before we allow them access to the website. So now we need to also check the user fund to see if the user has money in our database to display to the user. So we're going to create a function inside here that's specifically going to do that. Okay, so we have our check user functions here. We're just finding in the users collection any ref that has the user ID that we have. So if we do find it, um, we return the funds objects. We return the funds property. Sorry. And if we don't, we just return 0. It means the person has no funds in our database. So that's what we do. And then we can continue. Okay. So we can see here, user funds await user funds. So after that, we're now going to generate a JWT token. Okay. So in our database, we're going to create a function that will do that for us. It's going to be called okay. So we're just going to leave this like this. We're going to come back to this. Okay. Okay, so we're done here. We're going to return next response. Okay, there you have it, guys. So we've created the login route. My back. What do you guys use for chairs as developers? I use like this small tiny chair, but there's no like rest for like top of your back. Ah, okay. All right. So we have that set up. So now we're going to go back to our header. Okay, no, let's not do this. Let's just say and if it is successful, all right. Okay, so we have the login sets and then we have the logout sets. Okay. Also, as we're doing this, we're going to set some disable some things in our TypeScript. Let me see. Okay, no, just leave that. Okay, so this is going to be our account section on desktop. Damn it, we need to use our fonts that we've not created. Okay. How do we create our fonts? Alright, so in our components, we're going to create a folder called elements. Then we create a file called font. Okay. Alright, this font is going to be RAFCE. Okay, it's going to be fetching the important things like our user data that we're going to use in our global state. Then we're going to import this. Okay, perfect. Then in our here, I'm just going to put fonts for now. We'll come back to this. So let's go back to our header. And this account section desktop, we're going to import this. And this button, which button are we using? Okay, so we are going to use ShadUI for some of our elements. Okay, so then we're going to add button. Okay, so here, so our dialog box. Okay, so we're going to need this too. The last command we ran, we're just going to use dialog. I'm going to use legacy pair dependencies. Okay, perfect. Then we're going to import this. Now I'm going to import this. Okay, here in secondary, we're going to add custom. Okay, so that's perfect. We're going to import this, import this, import this. Okay, so card, we need card too. Okay, so we're going to come here and bring in card. Then we're going to go to our button and we're going to create a new custom. I'm going to Telegram. Okay, so it was just the capital letter C that we're using that was causing the issue. All right, perfect. So we have this set up. Then we're going to add the next thing, which is the mobile desktop. So account section, then the mobile menu. So the mobile menu is just makes it easier for us. It's using the same things. All right, let's check it out. Let's check it out. All right, so we refresh this. So we have our login button. Let's see how this is on mobile. I can see it's looking clean. I can see we get login codes stuff. Okay. Okay, so you can see it's directing us to login bots, but that's not the one we're directed to. So we're going to go in there. We'll see. Okay, this is the login to your Telegram account. Okay, all right. Over here, we have the button that says "Get your login code." And you can see we're using my other bot. So let's switch it to this bot that we just created. Let's go back to Telegram, and you can see this bot. If you go here, what's the username? This is the username. So we're going to copy the username. I'm going to come back here. I'm going to delete this and paste this. Okay, and then we're going to move the art. I'm going to close the account section and go to the mobile section. Come here. And we'll save. Okay, so now we refresh. We say login. Get login code. Open Telegram. I can see if I clear this chat. And we copy it. I'll go back to the site. Saying login failed. Why did our login fail? We're not getting any information why our login failed. So what we are going to do is try and figure out what happened. Okay, this can be a good way of learning more about the code. So let's go to the login route over here and let's come here. Let's just console log code and then let's log in here again. Okay, so the code does get here. So we'll need to find where does it fail. Okay. Validate this form. Let's come here and console.log code. We're still getting the code here. And login code, snapshot. we're getting the code here, so there's nothing wrong with that. So where are we getting this issue exactly? Let's go back to the routes. Let's come here. Okay. Okay, so we're not getting past here. So the issue is here. So let's come back here. Update stock true. Return valid true. Return all of this. How it's good. Okay, let's try this again. Let's go back here. Start. Copy. Come here. It's still saying login failed. Why is it still saying login failed? Let's check. So valid true. In our bot, do we make a mistake? Let's come over here. We need to find out why this thing is showing. So what we're going to do is that we're going to delete all of this. I'm going to delete this. You don't have to follow me and do this. Just watch what I'm doing so you can better understand what exactly I'm finding in our error. So let's make another code. Used false, right? So we copy it. Let's go here. So the validation, this validation is not the issue. Let's skip this, right? Okay. Let's now go to the bets, paste this and log in. See what we get here. We get valid, we get the Telegram ID, we get the code. So why does it still say login field? So let's come over here and then let's say console.log chat. Okay, so we're going to hide this. Now we're going to create another one. Copy it. And then we're going to go to here. We get all of this. So all this is valid. All this here is valid. We do get this return. So what exactly is the issue? The issue is from probably the issue is coming from here. Everything here is undefined. So that's where we're getting our error. Why is everything there undefined? Our code goes through, but here we have an issue with this section. I don't understand why are we getting this error here. We get fetch, code, funds, error, username, token. I still don't get it. How is that possible? Okay, guys, so I've seen what the issue is and why we're not getting what we're supposed to get. Here was supposed to be a method, and here's supposed to be our weight. All right, so that's why we're not getting it. So just like little details you miss, and then like you're like finding yourself like running hectare. Just come here and cancel this console, and let's retry our code again. I'll start, copy this, come here. Login field again. That's not possible. Okay, so we see we are getting our details here. So everything should be fine. But we're still getting the field, which is strange. Okay, so we needed to remove that this thing, because if error is false, here I was using this, so which is wrong. So if we go back now, we should have no issues. Okay, perfect. You can see get the name, but our fonts, we need to work on our fonts. Okay, so that's perfect. So let's work on our fonts component. Okay, so we're going to use the effects. I'm going to check if we don't have user ID, we're going to return, meaning we can't search anything. So we're going to search user font. Okay, so we're going to set fonts loading to be true. Okay, and then we're going to fetch from our API fonts, which we're going to create now. So in our API here, we're going to create another folder called font and route.cs. All right, so let's work on our font route handler. Okay, so we're going to say export. Okay, so we're going to say if there's no UID, we're going to return an error. Then we're going to say then we're going to make a function here. We're going to check if the user exists. Okay, so we're going to say console.log. We're going to say error. Okay, so we're going to get doc. So we're going to return if the user exists. Then over here, we're going to say await check user exists with the user ID. All right, perfect. So if the user exists, I'm going to pull that information. So here we're going to create another function to create the user document in case the user doesn't exist. So we're going to say constant. Okay, we can define this here actually. So we're just going to make a rotating spinner here when the fonts are loading. So this is going to this class name. We're just going to add this SVG here. And let's take a look at our, so we say login, get the login code. So we're just going to separate this so that we can have easy access to this. Okay, so you can see it's loading here and it's telling us we have 0.00 sol. Let's check out, let's say users. So you can see us here. Funds was created today, which is 1st of March. Okay, this is our dummy data, so just delete this. So user account was created here and his funds is 0. So that's what we're going with, 0 sol. Okay. So now we need to make like a small drop down here so that the user can withdraw or add their funds. Okay. So we're going to go back. I'm going to come here. So if the drop down is open, we're going to say this. So we're going to create some ref for funds. And on click, we're going to close this. Okay. So you can see we have the add funds and the withdraw. So at this moment, we are completely done with our top here, remaining this history button. I think the history button is in the header here. Where do we have that history? Okay, history. So going to history. All right, so we're completely done with the header here. And now we're about to move on to our next sections, okay? So in our components, we're going to create a new folder called home. In this folder, we're going to have index.tsx. Okay, we're also going to have section 1.txx. We're going to have section 2.txx. So in this index, we're going to see RAFCE, home component. Okay, so now that we have this, we're going to go to section 1. We're going to see the same thing. Into section 1. Let's do section 2. Okay, going to go back to index. I'm going to say class name. The minimum height should be 70 dvh. So we're now going to say div. Okay, so here is going to be black. So this is going to section 2. All right, perfect. Let's see what we are having. Okay, it's nothing is showing yet because we need to go to our page here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to close all of this. Then in the app, I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to say site. Then I'm going to move this page into the site. And then here, I'm going to delete this. Okay, so we have section 1 and we have section 2, which is like totally black. So we're going to start with section 1. Okay, and then to use section 1, we need some dummy data. Okay, you can find this in the GitHub repo. Where you're going to go, you're just going to go to the lib, and there's going to be a folder there called data and a file called sports.ts. I'm going to explain what that is. Okay, so you can see here we have a lot of like data on each sport. So you can see here we have soccer, UEFA Champions League, group, title, description. We have the key. Now I'm going to tell you how this key comes plays a role. So what we're going to do is we're going to get this. I'm not using Postman, I'm using this. All right. I'm just going to just ignore this. So let me get Steve. So in our odds API, why is it taking so long to load? Okay, so this is the link we're going to be querying. This is the odds API, right? So right here, we're going to put what we call our sports ID. And in this, our data right here, you can see this key that we're having is very important. So I'm just going to take one. This is soccer EPA, right? I'm going to copy that. I'm going to come back here. I'm going to put that in our sports ID here. And then we also need a API key, okay? So in our API key that we have, I'm going to put that and I'm going to send. So you can see we come back with a list of data, and this is all, they are all Premier League matches, okay? You can see Aston Villa, Fulham. Don't worry, I think that Aston Villa is very strong right now. They are going to win. Anyway, don't take that as financial advice. No financial or better advice here, guys, please. Okay, so we get a lot of data just by querying this with our API key and the key, which is EPL, soccer EPL, right? So we get a lot of matches from different bookmakers, okay? So that's what we're going to be using to be able to get lots of betting information for our site. Okay, guys. All right, let's continue. Going to close this. So this is going to be important because we're going to map through all of this in our section 1. Okay. So now that we have that data in our sports data, we can now work with that. So we're first going to constant assets sports ID. This will allow us to basically just control what sports ID is currently active right now. Okay, so let's continue. We're going to say you use user. Okay, we're going to say constant search term. This is going to allow us to search. Search. Seems my import statements are not working. Or we'll just type it out. Okay, so I think something is wrong with my Vercel. I'm just going to shut it down and like reopen it again. Okay, let's continue. Okay, we need to make sure that this encompasses the whole screen and then it is visible. Okay, that's better now. All right, much better. Let's see how this is. All right, so we can see our search is working. Perfect. But I think I say outline none. I don't know where I'm getting outline in my inputs. What we're going to do, we're going to check this. Let me see, focus ring. All right, perfect. That's gone now. All right, so we're going to list out all the sports data. I'm going to see UL. Import our sports. So we're just checking if the title, we're trying to enable this search, right? So wherever we type, let's say we type EPL, it will search through all the titles in our sports data to see if we will find anything with EPL. And we're going to be searching the title, okay, not the key, okay? Just note that. prettier is not working right now. I think I may have to just like arrange this thing by myself. Okay, so that was where the issue was. On click, so let's put data. This bracket span. Alright, so that's perfect now. Alright, we can see we have all of our sports data, Champions League, Europa, La Liga, everything. Perfect. That's exactly as we want it. So let's work on this other section now. So I'm going to fetch the sports data, the sports ID, sorry. So I want to test if this, what's the issue? Okay, just do here. Okay, so we're going to inspect this. Our console, Champions League. You can see we get soccer, UEFA Champions League. If we click La Liga, we get La Liga. If we click France, we get France. Alright, so this is working perfectly now. And then our search, La Liga, okay, MLS, Denmark, J League. Alright, so that's perfect. Okay, so we're going to use some types. In our lib, we're going to create a folder or types and bet.cs. So in here, I want you to just have these types, okay? We're going to be using them across the app. For instance, here now, in use state, we're going to say bet. Okay, so we're done with all the states that we need, and now we can work on our use effects to fetch data. I don't know what's wrong with my hand lately. So weak. Okay, so we're going to work with the use effect here. So we're going to set the header title. Okay, so we're going to run a fetch, and we're going to be using dynamic names for our route, so that we can pull that dynamic name and use it to perform the fetch. Okay. How you guys feeling? I don't know about you guys, but like, I'm like getting exhausted. My eyes are like, but we keep moving, guys. We keep moving. Let's go. So we're going to create a API now called odds. Okay, so this is the URL we're going to be using. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Okay, guys. So now that we're done with the route, we can fill out this use effect. So let's just continue filling this out. So we're going to make a fetch request, and then we're going to say if response is false, that means there's an error. We're going to say true. Okay. Okay, so this is going to help us fetch our data. Okay, let's just check if this is working. So we're going to console log our data and see if this is working when the component is mounted. Okay, so we're going to go to our browser. Okay, so we're getting an array, soccer EPL, which is the default, and we're seeing the matches. You can see the home team, the comments time, sports time, sports key. Okay, so that's perfect. padding of 1, and then we're going to create a component in our elements. We're going to create a new component called Lagos. Okay, and this is just going to help us with time. Okay, so this is just helping us fetch the time of Africa Lagos. Okay, so that's what we're using this for. So we're going to put it here. Okay, so see, this is the time. Okay, perfect. So you just want the line here. Okay. So inside here, we're going to have a carousel component. So in our elements, we're going to create a new file called carousel.csx. Here, we're just going to have a carousel that is going to be all these items. But first of all, we have to install okay. So we have to say ShadUI. Okay. So we have to add carousel. Okay, so now that we have our carousel installed, okay, so now that we have our carousel installed, this should work perfectly for us right now. Okay, so we're just going to exit this. So here we're going to have our car. Here we're going to have our okay, so here we're going to have our carousel. Then here we're going to put our loading spinner. Okay, so over here, this is going to be our bet list, okay? So now when we get our data of our sports bets, if we notice they come, okay, this should be working. Okay. So if we notice in our data, because our loading spinner is already working, and we're not getting any bits. Okay, let's go back. Okay, you can see our carousel. It's working. Let's go back. On use effect, we're supposed to be fetching our data. So you fail to fetch all data from server, so fetch all data. What's the issue here? Okay, our use effect is not okay. Our use effect is running. Say internal server error. What could be the error right now? Let's go to the route. Say type field. What could be the type issue? Sports ID. Okay. Let's await our params. Okay, so our data is coming back. We just had to put await. Now, these matches are coming in different times, right? And for example, you can see here we have 19, we have 11:30, we have 14, we have 16. They are not really arranged. So we need to arrange them in terms of the dates and times that the match is being played, okay? So we're going to group the bets. So we're going to come here and we're going to say okay, so this function is just going to help us group our bets, okay? And then we need to import bets by date type. Okay, we just need to create it here. Let's say okay, so down here title. Okay, so over here we're going to see object.entries. Okay, so we're going to make an individual bet section for us ourselves here. So in our elements, we're going to make an individual bet for text X. And this is just going to be a little component that is going to help us display our bets. Okay. The away team, the home team, the commencement time, and the odds of the bet. Okay. Okay, so we have our individual bets now. Okay, I think I'm missing something here. Okay. All right, so here we're going to do this. So div class name, text center, text gray, 400. And say loading. Okay, so that's how it's going. All right, we can see our matches are being displayed because they're just looping through each individual thing we've set and also our group bets by their date. Okay, so you can see FA Cup. We have the final Crystal Palace versus Manchester City. We have League One. We have the Champions League, Barcelona, Inter Milan. Hope Barcelona lose. Serie B, Junior League. All right, so this is working perfectly. You can see when they are clicked, they are being added to our bet slip. If they are clicked again, they are being removed from our bet slip. You can see the highlight is gone. So that is working perfectly, okay? Now we need to work on the bet slip section, okay? So we're going to have our bet slip here, okay? So let's work on our bet slip. I'm going to say RAFCE. I'm going to delete this and we'll say bet slip. So our bet slip is just showing, displaying the bets that we have and also checking the user funds to see if they have money before allowing them to place bets. That's what we're doing with our bet slip, okay? So we're just going to have some type interface that we're going to use here. Bet item, bet object, and bet response. Okay, so now that we have this, we're also going to use some constants. So use user fetch that state, fetch that. All right, the bet slip is going to be bet slip dot the bet slip data, which we have from our user, which is this bet slip here. It's our bet slip, and you can see our bet slip data contains each bet slip item, and our bet slip item is the bet ID, the home team, away team, and then the odds that of them winning or losing or drawing match. So we're going to have some functions that we're going to use. This is going to be to calculate odds by multiplying all the individual odds to be able to get the total odds of the bet slip. Then we're going to also have the potential winnings function to calculate the potential winnings that the user is going to get. Then we're going to have remove bet function. Then we're going to have the clear bet slip. Okay. We're going to have some functions here, which is going to allow us to reset success message and also know when to reset the success message. Okay. So over here, all right, so we're going to have our bet slip here with our volleyball. So we're going to import that. Then we're going to have a button here to clear the bet slip and turn everything to 0. Then here we're going to have, if it's successful, telling them their potential winnings and their bet ID. And then if their bet slip is empty, it's going to show this information, letting the user know that their bet slip is empty. And then we're also going to map through the bet slip. Okay. Then we're going to show them the total odds, stake amount. So if they didn't do any of this, we're going to show them the bet slip with the away and home team, and then the odds, and then the trash icon to remove the bet from the bet slip. Then we're also going to have total odds, the stake amount, the amount that the user wants to stake. Don't worry, I'm just going to be explaining it because so we don't make the video like too long and just get straight into the details. Okay, guys? So we're going to have the stake amount here, which is the amount the user is going to enter to be able to place his bets, and then the potential winnings, and then the bet amount. So we need another thing here, bet status. So we're going to create a file here. Okay, so we need a fetch bet by ID here. This is going to allow the user to be able to check the status of a bet, okay, by placing in the bet ID and to be able to check if the bet is active or if it has gone through, okay. So we need a function here in our lib directory, in our database. We're going to have an edit data. Okay, so we're going to have some of our functions here. Adding of funds. We're going to have adding of a bet. And then we're going to have fetching of bets. We're using the user ID to fetch the bets, okay? Then we're going to have fetch bets by ID. That is using the bet ID to be able to fetch the bet of the user. Okay, so we're going to close this, and this should be working now. Okay, then our last function, which is book a bet. So our book bet is going to be here, and it's going to just basically allow us to check if the bet amount is there, inform the user if they don't have enough Solana, and get their user ID and add the bets. Okay, perfect. So let's check if this is working. Let's go to section 2 and import our bet slip. Okay, so perfect. So we can see our bet is here. But first of all, we have to see if we are able to log in. Okay, let's see if we can log in. All right, perfect. So we logged in. All right, now we see we have 0 SOL. So if we place a bet here, 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 here. Okay, so you can see it's working perfectly. It's telling us you don't have enough Solana to complete this bet. Please top up and try again. So you can just clear the bet slip like this. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, so now that our bet slip is complete, we have to go to our other pages, okay? So we're going to come over, we're going to close all of this, go back, and here we're going to create a new folder, fonts, with a page.cs, and then we're also going to create another one. It's going to be history. And then index.tsx. Okay. So in our history, tsx, very simple. We're just fetching all the bets that the user has made, and we're putting it in the application. Okay. So in the history, okay. So this is fetching all the bets the user has made. And then we are going to the history, and then we're saying RFC, history page, and then over here we're saying history. No. History here, history component. So we're going to save this, and then we're going to say return history. Why is this not coming? So let's come back here and copy this and paste here. Here. I don't know what this is saying. Let's go back here. See what could be the issue. This is a component. Do we have any errors here? No, we don't have any errors here. Okay, let's just cancel this. I think it will fix itself. History. Okay, guys, now I'm going to show you how to uh, upload this to GitHub. Okay, so what you're going to do, you're going to go over to your GitHub. You're going to say new. You're going to say Bet9ja clone public repo. So you can say public. Okay, so you're going to copy this int. Going to cd to bet9 main. And then you're going to copy this or put GitHub. So you push it to your repo. Alright, so that's how you push it to your repo. Now I'm going to show you how to upload it on Vercel. Okay, so now you're going to go over to Vercel. Once you go over to Vercel, you're going to go over to new project. And as long as your GitHub is connected to your Vercel, you're going to go over to and import the project. Then it's going to ask you for environmental variables, which you are going to put from here. Now, if you're not going through the entire process, there are steps where you can get your. If you're not going through the entire video and you just want to clone the repository and then upload on Vercel for yourself, it's very easy. You need these environmental variables. First of all, you need your Telegram token. I explained how to do that by going to botfather. I will put where you can, the section that I did that in the description, so you can just go there and get your bot code from botfather. Then you need to set up your auth API key. I will show you where I did set up the auth API key. Then you need to get your bot name. Like you can see here, my bot name is Bet9ja login bot. Then you need to get this environmental variables: API key, auth domain, project ID, storage bucket, messenger ID, and app ID. I showed you where. Okay, I showed you in when you create your database. I showed you where to get those keys from in your project settings. I will put a link to where I set up the database. So these are the keys here. So all you have to do is get these keys and match them here. They will be in the README file. I will put them in the README file, like just this part. Then you put in your own variables to it. So once you have this set up, all you have to do in the Vercel now is just copy this. And when you're on Vercel, you add it in these environmental variables, and then you deploy. Okay, and then your project is deployed, guys. So it's very, very simple. Very, very simple.